Wow, what a night, an unbelievable night. What a great campaign. This has been an incredible honor to campaign across Iowa with so many of you to make the case for the kind of future we want for the Democratic Party and for the United States of America. There is so much at stake in this election. I don't need to tell you. Every single one of you who came out for me, who worked so many hours, from my young organizers with energy and passion to the families and friends across this state. I am deeply grateful. Well, I love all of you. But here's what I want you to know. It is rare. It is rare that we have the opportunity we do now to have a real contest of ideas, to really think hard about what the Democratic Party stands for and what we want the future of our country to look like if we do our part to build it. I am a progressive who gets things done for people. I am honored to stand in the long line of American reformers who make up our minds that the status quo is not good enough, that standing still is not an option, and that brings people together to find ways forward that will improve the lives of Americans. I look back over the years of my involvement from that very first job I had at the Children's Defense Fund, and I know what we are capable of doing. I know we can create more good-paying jobs and raise incomes for hardworking Americans again. I know that we can finish the job of universal health care coverage for every single man, woman, and child. I know we can combat climate change and be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. I know we can make our education system work for every one of our children, especially those who come with disadvantages. I know we can make college affordable and get student debt off the backs of young people. And I know we can protect our rights, women's rights, gay rights, voting rights, immigrant rights, workers' rights. I know, too, we can stand up to the gun lobby and get common sense gun safety measures. And how do we do that? We do that by securing the nomination. And then we do it by winning and going into that White House, as others before have, determined to push forward on the great goals and values that unite us as Americans. I congratulate my esteemed friends and opponents. I wish Governor O'Malley the very best. He's a great public servant who has served Maryland and our country. And I am excited about really getting into the debate with Senator Sanders about the best way forward to fight for us and America. In the last few weeks, we finally began to have what I think is one of the most important substantive conversations that the Democratic Party could have. And I am thrilled at all of the people who are playing a part in that. I know that we may have differences of opinion about how best to achieve our goals, but I believe we have a very clear idea that the Democratic Party and this campaign stands for what is best in America, and we have to be united. when it is all said and done, we have to be united against a Republican vision and candidates who would drive us apart and divide us. That is not who we are, my friends. I followed their campaign very closely. I understand what they're appealing to, and I intend to stand against it. I will not let their divisiveness, their efforts to rip away the progress that we've made, be successful, because we can't afford that. So as I stand here tonight, breathing a big sigh of relief, thank you, Iowa. I want you to know I will keep doing what I have done my entire life. I will keep standing up for you. I will keep fighting for you. I will always work to achieve the America that I believe in, where the promise of that dream that we hold out to our children and our grandchildren never fades, but inspires generations to come. Join me. Let's go win the nomination. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Because that's what she does. What? What'd you say? Well, that's good. That's a fair question. Where did we just stop?
We were in Danville.
Yeah, but what's the cafe? So we were at this little cafe in Danville. The state senator shows me plans for development up there. It cost $100 million to develop it. It'll bring as many jobs and then some as in that. But let me ask you something. I don't know that any. Let him alone. Let him alone.
She made the statement that she was going to shut us down.
No.
Yes, she did.
No. You heard what y'all said.
You and your little
Even in the energy department estimates that you got more than 20 years to do that. She was talking about, and she admitted she was misunderstood and didn't place the best word. She was talking about what natural gas has done to coal. Now, that's what it was. It's clear, and everybody in the room knew what she was talking about. It was there. You can take it out and put it in a political ad and make it look different, but that's what she was talking about. If you got an idea about what we can do to deal with the loss of jobs, like in Wyoming, they were doing great, and then all of a sudden the biggest company declares bankruptcy because of the gas problem and because the demand dropped off the face.
We didn't vote for Obama, and you get rid of all of them. But I can go in the voice work every day.
You can go where? Yeah, you can.
Why can't I do it here?
Well, you should be able to. You should be able to, but I'm just telling you that the government's got to invest some money here to do that. You can't. I do look at these.
We want to work. We won't be interrupted if you just let us work. We was doing what I like to give you, cowboys. Go back to
screaming and shouting, and at least we looked each other in the eye and listened to each other and figured out what in the heck we can do. All I can tell you is if she wins, I will do every single time do it. It's my experience that if people got something to do when they get up in the morning and they think their kids are going to have a better life, 90% of the other problems get real small real quick. I will do everything I can. I believe she got the best plan going forward. Other people will make vague promises and use hot rhetoric and give people foaming at the mouth. She will tell you what she will do.
You know, we've got a lot of Trump supporters out here. Myself, I'm a cruise guy.
They fought for this country, and she's a traitor. She's got
I saw you sneaking over there.
Who Russ is the brother-in-law? Ex-brother-in-law. Okay. He goes to John Robbie's church. Yeah. And he goes down to the stop and plays basketball with all the time. I mean, that's my brother.
You need more supporters over there. They're going to move it to the field house. We've got more seats over there.
I'm down for that. I'm down for that.
Move it to the field house. We've got more. You need more supporters over there. They're going to move it to the field house. We've got more seats over there.
I'm down for that.
Has anybody seen Vince Washington?
Come on over. We got the president of the Blues Club. Come on over here. Check.
Let him alone. Let
She
him alone.
made the statement that she was going to shut us down.
No.
Yes, she did.
You heard what y'all said.
You and your little
Even in Lincoln,
My question, Secretary Clinton. So I'm going to be honest. I was disappointed by the answer that you gave before about climate change. You said earlier that you think this election is going to be a really deciding election for this century, and I think that climate change is a really important part of that. And so I'm wondering, is your answer and your refusal to take leadership on climate change due to the fact that you have contributions from the fossil fuel industry in your campaign?
No, it's not. And I understand, I know what the right answer in terms of getting votes would have been. The right answer would have been, you bet I will ban extraction on public lands. And then if somebody said, and how are you going to do that? Well, I will advocate for it. And how are you going to get it done? I will keep advocating for it. We have to change our energy policy. I have been clear about that. I have been repeatedly clear about that. Sorry if the specific answer, wait just a minute, dear, wait. Well, no, wait. Well, no, wait. That's okay. Repeatedly clear about that. Sorry if the specific answer, wait just a minute, dear, wait. Well, no, wait. That's okay. I am all in favor of acting on climate. You know what? I have said in this campaign, I'm going to tell you what I believe. And some people may like it, and some people may not like it. And I believe strongly
Do you support your colleague's position, or will you demonstrate the courage of leadership in uniting, not dividing any further the people of this country, by making a priority in your first 100 days to give undocumented immigrants a path to citizenship?
Senator Clinton, your response, please.
Well, I have been in favor of a path to citizenship for years. I voted for it in the Senate. I have spoken out about it around Iowa and the country in this campaign. And as president, comprehensive immigration reform will be a high priority for me.
What about the first 100 days, Senator?
Well, you've got to get the Congress to pass the legislation. The president can do as much as possible, which I will do.
Senator Hillary Clinton and her not-so-secret weapon, campaigning over the Labor Day weekend in two key presidential nominating states, Iowa and New Hampshire.
There are a lot of people who are supporters of Bill Clinton, and without him, I don't know if they would be as eager to be here.
It's rare to see the Clintons on the stump together. This was only their third joint appearance. It was his job to promote her without promoting himself too much. Her aides are well aware the former president can dazzle a crowd and outshine the presidential hopeful.
In the 40 years I've been voting in presidential races, Hillary is the best prepared to be president of any non-incumbent I ever had a chance to vote for in my life.
They have different approaches to campaigning. He often engages reporters. She largely ignores them. At a state fair in New Hampshire, she wouldn't even respond to a question about the apple pie and ice cream.
Senator, is it as good as in New York?
And while looking at prize-winning pumpkins, she walked away as he went on and on about how to grow them so large. It plays into the criticism that she's scripted. Still, the crowds couldn't get enough of her. Many hoping she makes history.
First woman president. I can't get off of, if I didn't jump on that, I don't know, I couldn't live with myself.
Having a husband who already held the job makes her quest all the more interesting. In New Hampshire, Rita Nissan, New York 1.
Your opponents are saying that that's really part of a larger pattern with you, that you often avoid taking firm positions on controversial issues.
Republican candidate Ted Cruz can't seem to stop mentioning spanking in his campaign rhetoric. It started in January when he told voters that they should spank Hillary Clinton at the ballot box due to her handling of the Benghazi attacks back in 2012. This past Sunday evening, during a rally in LaPorte, Indiana, a young man was heckling Cruz during his speech, to which he replied, "You know, in my household, when a child behaves that way, they get a spanking."
So, the way that these are normally run is we give information about things that are going on in the district, and then we save the majority of the time for questions. So, this month, most recently we had a community resource fair at Garfield Park. That was April 22nd.
We have a request as a community. You cannot fit everyone that's outside into this room. There are a number of people standing outside that should be in this room to listen to this meeting, to have a conversation with you. Because that's the case, our demand is that you host this meeting outside with the community. We have a megaphone for you, but you are more than welcome to come speak with us out there and we can have a conversation. Will that request be met?
Okay, questions are at the end.
This is not a question, this is a demand.
Okay. Well, we'll save demands for the end, too.
Great. I'd like everyone to stand up, and we're about to fire Chief, sir. So what do we want?
Fire Chief, sir! 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 Now! 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 Fire Chief, sir!
Mic check. If I can have everyone's attention, the purpose of this meeting is to address concerns from the community.
The community
needs to hear you, and that's why you need to go outside.
That's our concern. You got a parking lot here. Move your cars out the parking lot and use the parking lot for a place to have a community meeting. It makes sense.
There's no other room. There's no other room.
You go outside every day to harass us, the hunger strikers. You can go outside to talk to the people there.
Let's have a community meeting parking lot.
You harass us every day. Go outside to talk to the people.
Talk to
And you know you are required to have this meeting.
You go outside and tell us to move our hammock and move our tent. Go outside and talk to us, man. Come on, don't be intimidated. Come and talk to us. You're not scared, I know that. We need you to talk to us. This is not fitting the whole community, brother. This is not fitting the whole community. Come on.
I cannot conduct a meeting, I cannot conduct my monthly community meeting if everyone is going to stand and shout. I'm happy to sit here until 7 o'clock and let everybody have their voice heard. This is where we conduct our community meeting. I've been doing this for 2 years.
Yes, you have, and you're responsible.
You're responsible. Just agree to our demand. Can you simply agree to our demand and meet us outside and we could go from there?
If there's any folks here who regularly attend this meeting, I apologize, but I cannot conduct a community
Apparently
meeting.
the meeting hasn't been working, so we should try something new.
So if there's no question, if this is going to be what you lead it to be, which is a protest, I'm here for a community meeting. So if you want to have a protest, this is the room that I have.
And you don't have a bigger room, and you're required
to accommodate.
You're required
Accommodate
to
the
accommodate
community. Sorry, folks.
You need
We're humbly asking you to go outside and talk to us.
Fire chief, sir! 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 Move out. Fire chief, sir! Fire chief, sir! Fire chief, sir!
You were against same-sex marriage, now you're for it. You defended President Obama's immigration policies, now you say they're too harsh. You supported his trade deal dozens of times. You even called it the gold standard. Now, suddenly last week, you're against it. Will you say anything to get elected?
Well, actually, I have been very consistent over the course of my entire life. I have always fought for the same values and principles.
Do you think New York State should recognize gay marriage?
No.
No. Okay.
I believe that marriage is not just a bond, but a sacred bond between a man and a woman. I have not supported same-sex marriage. I have supported civil partnerships and contractual relationships.
I support marriage for lesbian and gay couples. I support it personally and as a matter of policy and law.
So you're saying your opinion on gay marriage changed, or you changed your mind?
You know, I have to say, I think you are being very persistent, but you are playing with my words and playing with what is such an
I'm just trying to clarify
issue.
so I can understand.
No, I don't think you are trying to clarify. I think you're trying to say that, I used to be opposed and now I'm in favor and I did it for political reasons, and that's just flat wrong. So let me just state what I feel like you are implying and repudiate it. I have a strong record. I have a great commitment to this issue, and I am proud of what I've done and the progress we're making.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify what I was saying. No, I was saying that you maybe really believed this all along, but, believed in gay marriage all along, but felt for political reasons America wasn't ready yet and you couldn't say it. That's what I was thinking.
No, that is not true. It really is great how long you've supported gay marriage.
Yes. I could have supported it sooner.
Well, you did it pretty soon.
Could have been sooner.
Fair point.
Just in July, New Hampshire, you told the crowd you, quote, take a backseat to no one when it comes to progressive values.
I take a backseat to no one when you look at my record and standing up and fighting for progressive values.
Last month in Ohio, you said you plead guilty to, quote, being kind of moderate and center. Do you change your political identity based on who you're talking to?
No, I think that, like most people that I know, I have a range of views, but they are rooted in my values and my experience.
I get accused of being kind of moderate and center. I plead guilty.
Just for the record, are you a progressive or are you a moderate?
I'm a progressive.
Going through the emails, there were over 60,000 in total sent and received. About half were work-related and went to the State Department, and about half were personal, that were not in any way related to my work.
When you speak to the public, you say, I turned over everything. That's, for the most part, a direct quote. When you talk to the public, you say, I turned over everything.
90 to 95% of my work-related emails were in the state system. If they wanted to see them, they would certainly have been able to do so.
You know what? That is maybe the 10th time you have cited that figure today.
It is.
And I have not heard anyone other than you ever cite that figure. Who told you that 90 to 95% of your emails were in the State Department system? Who told you that?
We learned that from the State Department in their analysis of the emails that were already on the system.
The Inspector General report found that less than 1% of State Department emails, record emails, were captured. So they give a number of less than 1%, and you give a number of 90%.
I have absolute confidence that everything that could be in any way connected to work is now in the possession of the State Department.
This pile represents the emails that you sent or received about Libya in 2011, from February through December of 2011. This pile represents the emails you sent or received from early 2012 until the day of the attack. There are 795 emails in this pile. We've counted them. There are 67 emails in this pile in 2012. And I'm troubled by what I see here. I can only conclude by your own records that there was a lack of interest in Libya in 2012.
The server contains personal communications from my husband and me.
Only time I got on the internet, I did 2 emails, and I ordered Christmas presents from a reservation. Otherwise, I found people said embarrassing things on emails. I didn't want to be one of them.
I mean, and how many angels dance on the head of a pin? I have really nothing to, I mean, how do you answer that?
I represented Wall Street as a senator from New York, and I went to Wall Street in December of 2007, before the big crash that we had, and I basically said, cut it out. Quit foreclosing on homes. Quit engaging in these kinds of speculative behaviors.
Now, who's exactly to blame for the housing crisis? I think there's plenty of blame to go around. Home buyers who paid extra fees to avoid documenting their income
should have known they were getting in over their heads.
Of course, we have to deal with the problem that the banks are still too big to fail. We can never let the American taxpayer and middle-class families ever have to bail out the kind of speculative behavior that we saw. But we also have to worry about some of the other players. AIG, a big insurance company, Lehman Brothers, an investment bank. There's this whole area called shadow banking. That's where the experts tell me the next potential problem could come from. So I taxpayer and middle-class families ever have to bail out the kind of speculative behavior that we saw. But we also have to worry about some of the other players. AIG, a big insurance company, Lehman Brothers, an investment bank. There's this whole area called shadow banking. That's where the experts tell me the next potential problem could come from. So I'm with both Senator Sanders and Governor O'Malley in putting a lot of attention onto the banks. And the plan that I have put forward would actually empower regulators to break up big banks. I represented New York, and I represented New York on 9/11. When we were attacked, where were we attacked? We were attacked in downtown Manhattan, where Wall Street is. I did spend a whole lot of time and effort helping them rebuild. That was good for New York, it was good for the economy, and it was a way to rebuke the terrorists who had attacked our country.
9/11 was bad.
I agree with that.
Time and time again, you hear one thing in speeches, and then you see a campaign that has the worst kind of tactics, reminiscent of the same sort of Republican attacks on Democrats. Well, I am here to say that it is not only wrong, but it is undermining core democratic principles. Since when do Democrats attack one another on universal health care? I've looked at the legislation that Senator Sanders has proposed, and basically he does eliminate the Affordable Care Act, eliminates private insurance, eliminates Medicare, eliminates Medicaid, TRICARE, Children's Health Insurance Program. Just because Senator Obama chose not to present a universal health care plan does not give him the right to attack me because I did. So let's have a real campaign. Enough with the speeches and the big rallies and then using tactics that are right out of Karl Rove's playbook. This is wrong, and every Democrat should be outraged. The Democratic Party in the United States worked since Harry Truman to get the Affordable Care Act passed. So shame on you, Barack Obama. It is time you ran a campaign consistent with your messages in public.
Hillary Clinton's attempt to tout her foreign policy experience hounded her again on the campaign trail today.
I made a mistake in describing it.
She claimed she misspoke last week and was sleep deprived when she described landing under sniper fire in Tuzla, Bosnia, something that didn't happen. But CBS News has found several times in the past few months when Senator Clinton used the Bosnia trip to try to show her international experience. December in Iowa.
We landed in one of those corkscrew landings and ran out because they said there might be sniper fire. I don't remember anybody offering me tea on the tarmac when that was happening.
Then in February.
The welcoming ceremony had to be moved inside because of sniper fire.
And last week.
I remember landing under sniper fire. We basically were told to run to our cars. Now that is what happened.
Some differing accounts of your trip to Bosnia, and I'm wondering if you can clarify. I know you recalled, ducking under sniper fire, and Sinbad in his account, who was on the trip, he said that the most dangerous part was remembering where he was going to eat next.
He's a comedian, Jeff. He's a comedian.
So you actually recall, hearing gunfire, and were you
when we were flying into Bosnia, we came in a evasive maneuver. There was no greeting ceremony, and we basically were told to run to our cars. Now that is what happened.
After CBS News video showed what really happened when she landed and greeted officials, Senator Clinton maintained there were risks, but explained to the Philadelphia Daily News why she was seen on the Bosnian tarmac greeting a young child if it was really so dangerous.
I was also told that the greeting ceremony had been moved away from the tarmac, but that there was this 8-year-old girl, and I said, well, I can't rush by her. I've got to at least greet her. So I greeted her, I took her stuff, and I left. Now that's my memory of it.
Good to see you.
Once again, her memory doesn't match our videotape. She and her daughter Chelsea lingered on the tarmac to greet U.S. military officials. took photos. There was the group of 7th graders on the tarmac, too. And then Senator Clinton walked to the armored vehicle where she did eventually duck and enter.
It was one of the highlights of President Clinton's first term, passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement, also known as NAFTA. Critics blame NAFTA for the loss of manufacturing jobs in industrial states, including Ohio and Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton helped get NAFTA approved. She held at least 5 meetings to strategize about how to win congressional approval. She helped the White House block opposition from labor and environmental groups, and she was the featured speaker at a crucial meeting. Participants in that event said, quote, her remarks were totally pro-NAFTA. There was no equivocation for her support for NAFTA at the time.
You know, I have been a critic of NAFTA from the very beginning.
My concerns about NAFTA expressed years ago have been well documented and verified.
I didn't have a public position on it.
I have spoken consistently against NAFTA.
And if you look at what I have been saying, it has been consistent.
I have been consistent.
You can go back and look at from the very beginning.
I was one of the voices in the administration warning about NAFTA.
You said it was good on balance for New York and America in 2004, and now you're in Ohio, and your words are much different, Senator. The record is very clear.
Well, you don't have all the records because you can go back and look at what I've said consistently.
Oh, I think that everybody is in favor of free and fair trade, and I think that NAFTA is proving its worth.
I think on balance, NAFTA has been good for New York and America.
Was NAFTA a mistake?
NAFTA was a mistake to the extent that it did not deliver on what we had hoped it would.
Your opponents are saying that that's really part of a larger pattern with you, that you often avoid taking firm positions on controversial issues.
After the inauguration in 1993, the Clintons fired the White House Travel Office employees, allowing their wealthy Hollywood friends to take over the lucrative travel business. This led to investigations by the FBI, DOJ, GAO, Oversight Committee, and the Whitewater Independent Counsel. The Clintons claimed the firings were due to financial misdeeds, but the employees were cleared on all counts. Hillary Clinton allegedly played a central role in the firings, yet in her sworn testimony, she claimed she was not involved. The independent counsel found this to be factually inaccurate and that she made factually false statements. The Clintons were forced to remove their friends and reinstate the previous employees. Vince Foster, the longtime friend and companion of Hillary Clinton, was significantly involved in several Clinton scandals. Due to the strange circumstances surrounding his death in 1993, an investigation ensued. Before the police arrived, Clinton staffers illegally removed boxes of documents on Whitewater and presumably Travelgate and other sensitive issues. President Clinton put his wife in charge of the most expensive program in the country. There was a national outrage that the unelected, unqualified First Lady was going to design America's healthcare system. In a 1993 interview, Hillary Clinton admitted, "I am not an expert on healthcare. I'm not somebody who has studied it." Hillary Clinton kept the Presidential Task Force on National Healthcare Reform shrouded in such secrecy that a federal judge threatened to hold the administration in contempt. 2 years later, the healthcare plan was a 1,342-page nightmare, including gatekeepers, health alliances, purchasing cooperatives, new and higher taxes, and restrictions on choosing doctors. Physicians, hospitals, large and small businesses, insurance companies, Democrats, Republicans, and the general public rejected the program, and it failed disastrously. The General Accounting Office put a price tag of $32 million on Hillary Clinton's healthcare fiasco. For dishonesty, Hillary Clinton and others were fined $450,000. Court costs to taxpayers were $725,000. In 1996, with Hillary care fresh in their minds, Americans voted both the Senate and the House into Republican hands for the first time in over 4 decades. In 1994, President Clinton's Attorney General Janet Reno initiated an investigation focusing on fraud accusations against the Clintons regarding their real estate venture, Whitewater Development Corporation, co-owned with their friends Jim and Susan McDougal. Hillary Clinton was the central figure, and the probe revealed pervasive conflicts of interest between the Rose Law Firm, where Hillary Clinton was partner, and its client, Madison Guarantee, owned by Clinton business partner Jim McDougal. Hillary Clinton claimed billing records subpoenaed and critical to the investigation were lost. It is presumed they were stolen from Vince Foster's office the night he died. 19 months later, following the Clintons' acquittal, many of the missing records reappeared in the Clintons' residence. As they were covered with Hillary Clinton's fingerprints, she fell under suspicion of obstruction of justice. Their business partner, Susan McDougal, refused to testify against the Clintons, assuring they were not charged. Susan McDougal went to prison for her silence, but was pardoned by President Clinton. 15 Clinton associates were convicted of 40 federal crimes related to Whitewater. The independent counsel's report highlighted the president's abundant and calculating lies under oath, obstruction of justice, and abuse of power. During this case, many other alleged abuses were uncovered. The 4.5-year expanded investigation cost taxpayers $145 million. Hillary Clinton's trades in cattle futures raised suspicions of improprieties as her very first trade of $5,000 quickly turned into over $490,000. She refused to release her tax returns for the years in question. Hillary Clinton insisted that she made all the investment decisions herself. The investigation proved her trades were actually placed by her friend James Blair through the brokerage firm Refco. James Blair was outside counsel for Tyson Foods, the largest employer in Arkansas, which is state regulated. The perception was Mrs. Clinton received preferential treatment and incredible financial returns as a way to garner favor with her husband, then governor of Arkansas. Refco was investigated and paid the largest fines in the history of the exchange. The Clinton administration improperly requested and received FBI background reports on 900 Republican officials. Hillary Clinton allegedly initiated the request to add data to her enemies list, leading to 3 separate investigations in 1996. In testimony, the White House Personnel Security Director refused to name Hillary Clinton as the source of the request, and he was forced to resign. Hillary Clinton claimed she was guiltless and was called a congenital liar in the New York Times. The fund was established so individuals or companies hoping to garner favor with the president could help pay the Clintons' endless legal bills. In 1996, the Justice Department investigated campaign fundraising abuses and cover-ups by the Clintons in connection with an effort by China to influence administration policies. In violation of U.S. law, agents for the Chinese government and military funneled millions into President Clinton's re-election campaign, the Clinton Legal Defense Fund, and the DNC. The DOJ's report stated, a pattern of events suggests a level of knowledge within the White House, including the President's and First Lady's offices, concerning the injection of foreign funds into the re-election effort. The Clintons were accused of using the IRS to harass their enemies, including Republican politicians, the White House Travel Office, the NRA, Judicial Watch, the Heritage Foundation, and other conservative organizations. A senior IRS official admitted that Clinton opponents were singled out for tax audits. Also audited were Bill Clinton's female accusers, including Jennifer Flowers, Paula Jones, Juanita Broderick, and Elizabeth Ward Grayson. As he was leaving office in January 2001, President Clinton pardoned 450 people for crimes ranging from cocaine trafficking to kidnapping and terrorism. Several pardons personally benefited Hillary Clinton and were investigated for direct ties to her New York Senate bid. Mark Rich, a billionaire fugitive, owed the government over $160 million and was charged with tax evasion, wire fraud, racketeering, and trading with Iran. Rich's ex-wife, Denise Rich, a close friend of the Clintons, donated over $600,000 to the Clinton Presidential Library just prior to the pardon. Mrs. Rich also gave $14,000 to the Clinton Legal Defense Fund and $135,000 to Hillary Clinton's Senate campaign. The new Square Four were elders of a Republican voting Hasidic community convicted of defrauding the government of millions of dollars. Candidate Clinton met with their grand rabbi. Hillary Clinton received their votes, and the new Square Four received their pardons. Hillary Clinton claimed, "I did not play any role whatsoever in the pardons." Hillary Clinton's brother, lawyer Hugh Rodham, charged high fees to use his family influence to obtain presidential pardons. Carlos Vignali, a Los Angeles drug lord, paid Rodham over $500,000, and his sentence for cocaine trafficking was commuted. Almond Braswell, a scam artist, paid Rodham over $250,000 and was pardoned for defrauding senior citizens of millions of dollars. Fighting for Puerto Rican independence, the FALN exploded 138 bombs in New York City, Chicago, and Puerto Rico. During a 10-year reign of terror, 13 innocent people were killed and over 80 were maimed. New York City Councilman Jose Rivera met with Hillary Clinton proposing pardons for FALN members in return for Puerto Rican support in her Senate race. 2 days later, President Clinton pardoned 16 FALN terrorists. These pardons were condemned by Democrats and Republicans, the House and Senate, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and the Fraternal Order of Police. Another probe into Clinton wrongdoing ensued. When Congress requested additional information, President Clinton claimed executive privilege, preventing anyone involved with the pardons from testifying. Hillary Clinton claimed no involvement in or prior knowledge of the decision. Former Democratic President Jimmy Carter called these shameless pardons disgraceful. The largest political fundraiser in U.S. history became the largest election fraud in history. In the year 2000, the fundraiser for Hillary Clinton's New York Senate race was attended by 1,300 people, including the Hollywood elite and the Democratic leadership. In violation of federal election statutes, an individual, Peter Paul, financed the entire event. Peter Paul was also a convicted cocaine trafficker. In violation, Hillary Clinton was involved with the solicitation of funds and the coordination of the gala. In violation, Hillary Clinton requested in writing an additional $150,000 from Peter Paul in untraceable securities. The Clinton campaign's filings with the Federal Elections Committee stated the event only cost $500,000. The actual price tag was $1.5 million. Senator Clinton was fined over $50,000 for purposely underreporting the cost of the event. In another campaign finance fraud, Hillary Clinton ignored FBI warnings and accepted over $900,000 from scam artist and felon Norman Sue. Hillary Clinton's Senate tenure was undistinguished. In 7 years, she introduced only 3 minor bills which became law, including the naming of a post office, She helped secure millions in federal assistance for a New York developer. Ethics questions arose when the businessman donated over $120,000 to the Clinton Foundation. Senator Clinton did not support English as the official language of the United States government, and she enthusiastically voted for the Iraq War resolution. Hillary Clinton ignored Senate rules and reporting requirements for the hiring of staff and non-paid fellows, breaking the Senate Code of Official Conduct and hiding multiple conflicts of interest. She was investigated by the Senate Select Committee on Ethics. Hillary Clinton's long history of campaign finance abuses continued. Jeffrey Thompson and other fundraising bundlers for her failed 2008 presidential campaign pled guilty to conspiracy and campaign finance law violations. In the primaries, Democrats nominated the little-known junior Senator Obama over the well-known, scandal-ridden Hillary Clinton. In 2009, President Obama nominated Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State. In 2014, the State Department spokesperson was asked to identify one tangible achievement from Hillary Clinton's 4 years as Secretary of State. She responded, "I am certain those who were here at the time, who worked hard on that effort, could point out one." Secretary Clinton's tenure had no signature doctrine or diplomatic breakthrough. It was, however, 4 more years of scandals. The Clinton State Department wasted $80 million on a U.S. consulate in northern Afghanistan, which will never be completed. Under Clinton's name, the Foreign Service gathered details on foreign diplomats, our allies and officials of the UN, including internet usernames, email addresses, credit card numbers, fingerprints, frequent flyer account numbers, and work schedules. The Clinton State Department lost approximately $6 billion due to improper filing of contracts. The FBI, CIA, and the DOJ requested that Boko Haram be designated as a terrorist group so the agencies could pursue them. Secretary Clinton declined, and the group continued its reign of terror, including the kidnapping of 300 schoolgirls in Nigeria. A special investigator for the State Department claims probes into illegal acts by the Diplomatic Security Service and ambassadors were influenced, manipulated, or simply called off under Hillary Clinton. These include sexual assaults by State Department security officials in Beirut, endemic engagement of prostitutes by Hillary Clinton's security detail, drug use by State Department contractors in Baghdad, solicitation of child male prostitutes by U.S. ambassador to Belgium. Secretary Clinton's spokesperson claimed Hillary Clinton had no knowledge of any of the scandals in her State Department. "We learned of it from the media and don't know anything beyond what's been reported." The United States mission in Benghazi, Libya, was attacked on September 11, 2012. As Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State at the time, she is at the heart of the cover-up investigation. When she finally testified to Congress 4 months after the attack, she famously stated, "The fact is we had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest? Or was it because guys out for a walk one night who decided they'd go kill some Americans? What difference at this point does it make?" Hillary Clinton testified that she submitted all documents requested by Congress. 20 months later, and only through a Freedom of Information Act request, 41 new documents were released, including changes to Ambassador Susan Rice's talking points. More documents are still being withheld. The Presidential Records Act allows restricted access to documents for 12 years after leaving office. Now, 14 years later, the Clintons are still withholding thousands of records from the public. Over 300 Freedom of Information Act requests have been ignored, suggesting more damaging revelations about the Clintons. It is difficult to separate the Clintons' personal and political financial ventures from those of the Clinton Foundation. The New York Times expose on the Clinton Foundation details moral and fiscal chaos, shameless fundraising, and calls it mired in conflicts of interest. Run by old Clinton friends, it has been grossly mismanaged and, despite enormous donations, ran multi-million-dollar deficits. Already rife with conflicts of interest, the foundation's offices are now shared by the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. Americans can give $2,300 to presidential candidates, but there are no limits on donations to foundations. Hillary Clinton cannot legally accept campaign donations from foreigners, but no restrictions apply to foundations. Secretary of State Clinton traveled to Moscow and pressed the Russian government to purchase planes from Boeing. 2 months later, contract in hand, Boeing donated $900,000 to the Clinton Foundation. The foundation's support from foreign interests hoping to influence U.S. policy is of grave concern. Foreign donations to the foundation increased by 70% when Hillary Clinton ran for president in 2008. Saudi Arabia has financed terrorists, has an abysmal women's rights record, and punishes homosexuality by death. And yet, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the largest supporters of the Clinton Foundation. In a Clinton co-presidency, every large donation could raise suspicions of improprieties or influence peddling and lead to non-stop investigations. Many qualified and deserving politicians, Democrat and Republican, women and men, are waiting to lead this country.
The great story here, for anybody willing to find it and write about it and explain it, is this vast right-wing conspiracy.
It's no secret that we're going up against some pretty powerful forces that will do and spend whatever it takes to advance a very different vision for America. I am running for President of the United States.
The people want to know Hillary, the Hillary that I knew back here in Arkansas. When she was in the Benghazi hearings, when she said, "What difference does it make? They're dead."
What difference at this point does it make?
That's the Hillary I know.
We came, we saw, he died.
Hi, Secretary Clinton. Would you sign this for me?
Sure. What's your name?
If you can make it out to Christopher Stevens. I think you knew him.
Oh, no, just I'm not going to make it out to Chris Stevens.
What difference does it make?
Here it goes, here.
Yep. Senator Clinton has extraordinary ability to obfuscate, refuse to answer questions, avoid confrontations, and up until now has been given a pass on it.
A story in the New York Times talking about why Senator Clinton voted this way, because I think some people were surprised by it. And her advisor said that she voted yes because she was moving from primary mode to general election mode. Primary mode versus general election mode? How about tell the truth mode? How about we say the same thing in the primary that we say in the general election?
We know that Hillary's an insecure person. Secure people don't lie. They don't lie inveterately the way she does.
Hillary Clinton points to her time in the White House as a large part of her qualification for the job as president. But most of the news media has conveniently forgotten that her time as First Lady was mired in controversy.
The core of the controversy is how truthful Mrs. Clinton has been in answering questions, sometimes under oath, about Whitewater and other matters.
She was the First Lady to come under criminal investigation. In both Little Rock and Washington, D.C., she was plagued by numerous scandals.
I finally parted company with Hillary Clinton when I saw how she was using private detectives to investigate the women who were linked to her husband. Not to change him, not to reform him, not to make him a better person, but to cow the women into silence so that he could get elected president. I do not want that woman controlling the IRS or the DEA or the NSA or the FBI or the CIA. Not in a democracy, I don't.
One thing about Hillary, Bill was just a good timing guy. But Hillary, she's an animal. Hillary is the one that I promise you, she pulls the strings. She pulled them in Arkansas. She pulled them in the White House when she was there as the First Lady. And my God, if she gets to be president.
Take a deep breath and relax and just, sit back, because here they come again. We're going to have to just ride through this as we have so many of these other false accusations.
Hello and welcome to Justice. I'm Judge Janine Pirro. Thanks for being with us. Tonight, my opening a little different. I want you to come along with me as I track the facts of Hillary Clinton's email scandal. And at the end, I believe that you will agree there is evidence she violated the law and that she cannot and must not become president of the United States. So Hillary decides to conduct State Department business not on a state.gov, but on a personal email in serviced by a server in her Westchester home. The reason? Convenience. Why carry all those pesky Blackberries? But has she been truthful? Fact. January of 2009 confirmed as Secretary of State she is responsible for making and preserving State Department records under the Federal Records Act of 1950. A few months later, the regulations are updated, requiring that if someone uses a non-agency email, they must ensure they are preserved. CFR 1236.22. Fact. 9 days after the Benghazi attack in 2012, Congress seeks all information related to that attack. But nothing is handed over by Hillary or the State Department. Fact. While the State Department is receiving thousands of FOIA requests by the courts, the press, and citizens like you, State Department lawyers swear there's nothing of Hillary's to provide and take no steps to preserve or even ask her for records. Fact. Congressman and ex-U.S. attorney subpoenas Hillary Clinton's Benghazi documents. She even denies that she was subpoenaed.
You state that you never received a subpoena. You did get one in March. Couldn't be more plain. The Honorable Hillary R. Clinton.
Now, Hillary denies there are any Benghazi emails in spite of photos showing her using her BlackBerry on the way to Libya. And when Hillary's friend Sidney Blumenthal is forced to comply with his subpoena, he produces several Benghazi-related emails with Hillary, putting truth to the lie that she had none. Hillary, now in panic mode. She, with her aides, go through more than 61,000 emails, deleting 31,000 she says are personal. And of the 30,000 that she hands over, she says they're Hello. He produces several Benghazi personal. And of the 30,000 that she hands over, she says there is no classified information in them.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email. There is no classified material. So I'm certainly well aware of the classification requirement. Email any classified material to anyone on my email. To anyone on my email. Material to anyone on my email. There is no classified material. So I'm certainly well aware of the classification requirements.
But the Inspector General says in a sampling of just 40 emails, 4 contain classified information. Her defense? They weren't marked classified. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along. The truth? They couldn't be marked classified because by not using government servers, she actually prevented the government from reviewing her emails. Had she done so, they would have seen material that was classified and she would not have been able to hit the send button. Did Hillary Clinton make a false statement when she appeared before Congress and said there was no classified information on her emails? Which her lawyer, Cheryl Mills, confirmed in a letter to a federal judge. If it's a lie, it's a violation of 18 U.S.C. 1001. And this week, it's revealed. The marking top secret in an email that included satellite locations and drones had been removed before it was sent to Hillary. More panic. The inner circle. Huma Abedin. Lawyer Cheryl Mills, all 3 of them communicating via that private server, have their email subpoenaed. Might one of them have removed the marking top secret? And if so, why? Are they co-conspirators in this elaborate effort to prevent government records from being archived and captured? And why was Huma Abedin paid by the State Department, a Clinton-connected company, and the Clinton Foundation? Was that trio on the same server to provide plausible deniability to Hillary so she could raise hundreds of millions of dollars through her so-called not-for-profit Clinton Foundation? And if Hillary made classified information available to a person not entitled to receive it in a manner detrimental to the U.S., it is a federal Class A felony under 18 U.S.C. 798. If Hillary kept classified information at an unauthorized location, She's committed a Class A misdemeanor under 18 U.S.C. 1924, the statute, by the way, that was used to prosecute General Petraeus. Now, some argue there was no intent. If there was no intent, folks, then why did she issue a warning to all of her own State Department employees not to conduct State Department business on personal emails? And if there was no intent, why did she refuse to allow the inspector generals who had oversight over her State Department into her State Department? But I've got news for you. We don't need intent. It is a federal crime to negligently handle classified information under 18 U.S.C. 1924. And finally, Hillary, why did you wipe your server clean? Did you delay so you could get rid of evidence? If you did, it's called obstruction and tampering. And by the way, I don't know what took the FBI so long to try to get it. But Hillary, if that server has been scrubbed so clean that even FBI experts cannot reconstruct your emails, that tells me you did everything you possibly could to prevent anyone from knowing what you were doing while you were our Secretary of State. My verdict, based on the evidence, is guilty. What's yours?
What do you make of two investigations granted by judges? What's the effect of that legally?
It is a perfect storm of legal misery for Mrs. Clinton. You have two judges who have authorized an organization that is a watchdog to ask her inner circle of aides any questions they want under oath about what the judges say was a conspiracy in the office of the Secretary of State to avoid federal transparency laws. At the same time, these two proceedings are going on in which the same aides are being forced to answer the same questions under oath from different lawyers. The same aides have been asked by the FBI to come in and be interviewed by the FBI, and they have hired lawyers, and they plan to go in. What they say under oath in the Freedom of Information Act case will be transmitted to the FBI immediately, and it can be used as ammunition when the FBI interrogates them.
And I know what you're going to tell me next. Make sure your story is the same and nothing changes.
Well,
otherwise...
Here's the problem. Their stories have not been the same up to this point. The State Department stories in the two cases have not been the same up to this point. That's why these two federal judges have personally gotten involved in an area where federal judges never get involved, called discovery, the gathering of evidence pre-trial. That's done lawyer against lawyer without a judge involved. You have two cases here. One a federal judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, one a federal judge appointed by Bill Clinton, both saying the same things about her. There's too much deception here. Mrs. Clinton, when you speak to me, you will certify under penalty of perjury that you're telling the truth. Is that the way to talk to the former First Lady, unless you think she's been deceiving you?
Very interesting stuff there. On NBC Today with Matt Lauer, was asked about this, about handcuffs, etc., during this campaign, and she said this.
They are clinging to the hope that the way they'll be able to deal with that is that at some point between now and the election, and they say this, that they will get to see Hillary Clinton in handcuffs.
Oh, my
That there will
goodness.
be some kind of political perp walk based on your private email server.
Well, Matt, I know that they live in that world of fantasy and hope because they've got a mess on their hands on the Republican side. That is not going to happen.
What she went on to say is that this is a security review, and there are lots of those that are conducted.
What she has done is, for the umpteenth time in public, sent a dog whistle to the FBI, a signal to the FBI. She forgot they were watching. She knows it's a criminal investigation. She knows she's the target of the criminal investigation. She knows the government has an extraordinary amount of resources investigating her, and she's laughing at them. Not a good thing to do.
James Comey, FBI director, just yesterday was asked about whether or not this will be wrapped up by convention time. He said the urgency is to do it well and do it promptly, and well comes first.
We know that they're at the end of their investigation because the second to last thing they do is call in the aides, which they did last week, and the very last thing they do is to call in Mrs. Clinton, which they will do in the month of May.
I think it's July 24th in Philly.
Yes.
Is when the convention
And in fairness to the Democrats, they probably should know and should want to know whether or not the person they may nominate could become a criminal defendant.
Well, you think they're thinking about that?
Yes.
Wow. Judge, thank you.
You're welcome,
more to come on this, as we always say.
Yes.
And just like I never sent or received classified emails, thereafter amended to emails marked classified, we all stood witness to the unraveling, the almost embarrassing truth play out. And when the FBI directs the Department of State to halt its internal investigation, it does so because it's close to ended. At the center of this investigation is an informant. That person, Brian Pagliano, who set up her homebrewed server, given immunity. Now I ask you, why would Pagliano negotiate for immunity and take the Fifth if there was nothing he could be prosecuted for? I predicted months ago when he pled the Fifth that Justice Department had him by the short hairs and he would soon spill the beans. Cheryl Mills, her longtime legal and political strategist, Jake Sullivan, her deputy chief of staff, who she told to remove the markings and send an email classified on a non-secured server, Philip Brains of Teneo, have retained the same attorney in this investigation. The same attorney. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that they are rehearsing their story and sharing information through their attorney. The rats are holding hands, folks. Unless you think this is about some private emails about yoga or getting your hair done, let's put that one to rest. Hillary violated the law after she signed a non-disclosure in 2009 that she would handle top secret information as directed after a lengthy national security briefing. The more serious issue, of course, is the Clinton Foundation, a 501c3 set up when the Clintons were leaving the White House in debt from legal fees. It has since blossomed into a $2 billion organized criminal enterprise parading as a charitable foundation, with hubby Bill profiting as the world's middleman. And once she became Secretary of State, Hillary violated her memo of understanding with the president that she wouldn't take money from certain countries, or at the very least would tell them, which she didn't, and then conveniently such was not disclosed by the foundation. What other contributions did you fail to disclose? Might the emails that you destroyed reveal that? Now, Hillary. FBI Director James Comey meeting regularly with Attorney General Loretta Lynch in person. You're a smart woman. You know what that means. Comey and Lynch each know each other well. They work together. They are both respected former United States attorneys. She from the Eastern District and he from the Southern District of New York. These two don't have time to waste. They've got you in their sights. And Hillary, you've danced with enough federal prosecutors to know that this time the jig may be up. So what to do? Do you meet with Comey and risk a perjury charge like Martha Stewart if you lie to him? Hillary, it's just me and you talking here. My fear for you is that you have lied so much that you can't tell the difference between a truth and a lie. Like that time, remember, when you dodged those bullets on the tarmac in Bosnia, when in truth, the only thing charging were little girls rushing to give you tulips? Like Benghazi, that was due to a video when you emailed your daughter the same night that it was an al-Qaeda-like attack? When you said you never told the families it was a video when their children's bodies were brought in, that they're the ones who are not telling the truth? And that Bill never dallianced with other women? That it was all a lie from the right-wing conspiracy? But then again, Hillary, how are you going to decide to not speak when you've repeatedly said you can't wait to explain this? But to not talk would be politically lethal for you now, wouldn't it? And to add to your burden, a Romanian hacker known as Guccifer, just extradited by the United States from Romania, who will appear in federal court this Tuesday to be prosecuted.
Now, this gentleman is the one who hacked Sidney Blumenthal's emails that put truth to your lie that you had no Benghazi emails. This is serious stuff, Hillary. One witness with immunity, another to prove that you lied. Now, Hillary, you're a smart woman, well-educated, one who has held positions of power. You fully comprehend the treacherous waters that you're trying to negotiate. A bit of advice from a former prosecutor. If you decide to meet with Comey, not only are you going to need to watch your tone, but you might want to read up on that famous Supreme Court case. You remember it, Miranda versus Arizona. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You remember all that, Hillary, don't you? And that's my open. Tell me what you think on my Facebook page or Twitter hashtag Judge Janine.
I don't know. All right, just make sure that you keep your feet planted. So sometimes people like, because we're a little unnaturally close.
Yeah.
I shouldn't smell too bad today.
I hope I don't either.
Yeah, I guess I can say you've been on your feet since 5:30 in the morning.
Sun, yeah.
Well, I just got here. All right, just but some people naturally like move away, and then the next thing you know, you're like 10 feet to the left. All right, so you want to hold up your book, or you have your name on it?
Yeah, they gave us our name on it.
Is it part of like the regimentation?
Yeah, because they grabbed like a bunch of.
Hold on, I'll give you a chance to describe it.
It was like,
oh, hey, Jack, how's it going? Okay, all right. Very, very well organized. All right, so why don't you start by telling us your name, where you're from, and why you support Hillary Clinton?
I'm Allison, and I'm from Los Angeles, and I am a Democrat, and I've been following her for years.
And because you've been following for years, you're here at 5:30 in the morning to get in line to meet her and get a book signing. Did she live up to your expectations?
She did. She's gorgeous. I was really surprised. I was like, oh my gosh, like, you're stunning. So that was really cool. And when you grew up
it's being surrounded by security guards. Is that like extra glow, right?
You know what? I don't know. I think it's just her. She's was so sweet to all of us. And, we've been here, like we said, since like 5 this morning, and it was worth it, even for like 2 seconds.
So why do you support her?
Well, I mean, she stands for like a lot of things that I do, and the fact that she could be a first female president is huge for other females. Like, that's a great role model for us to all have in our lives.
So what things are you referring to there that you guys have in common?
Oh, God.
Things that you're passionate about, positions, things that you support.
Oh, gosh. If my mother sees
Come on, you said you wouldn't slide away.
I know. I'm sorry. I don't know how much I want to get into, but
well, these are the things that you stand for, right? What do you stand for? We'll make it easier for you. What do you stand for?
What do I stand for?
Being a Democrat, right?
Yeah. Like a big thing that I know that's up right now is for the student loans and like that's a big thing, as well as LGBT rights, because that's one of the big things that I'm really focused on. And I know there's been a big move with Obama, and I know that she'll be one that would continue that. So that's something that I'm really passionate for. And so I think that if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be her.
Now, you said it's a big deal that we would have the first female president, right?
Yes.
So that gives you a little like bonus incentive to vote for someone, right?
Yeah.
That might outweigh some other factors.
Yes.
So like most Democrats are like they believe in civil liberties, right, and like privacy rights and things like that. You support those positions?
Yes, to an extent.
Okay, well that's fine. Most Democrats are relatively anti-war, right?
Yes.
So would you describe yourself as anti-war?
Yes.
So you'd be willing to compromise on some of these things, or maybe like even LGBT rights, or student loans or things like that. You'd be willing to compromise to have a female president, right?
Yes, to an extent. As long as I agree with a majority of what it is, then I'm all for it. Because there's not going to be anyone who perfectly represents everything that I want.
Sure.
So, if there's certain things that are hit upon that I really do feel strongly for, she's not going to be able to get everything, and I know that.
Well, like if a president was, say, getting people killed unnecessarily, you know, in a way that you thought was unnecessary, that you disagreed with, you'd be like, no, that doesn't matter what color of your skin or what gender, like you wouldn't support him, right?
Of course, no.
So, like supporting Obama's drone strike policies that are killing children in the Middle East, that would be a disqualifier, right?
Oh yeah.
So, like supporting the war in Iraq, that would be a disqualifier.
Yeah.
So, like calling Ed Snowden, saying that what he did by revealing the documents from the NSA, like that was supporting terrorism, like that would be a disqualifier, right?
Yeah.
Like
that's hard.
So like it'd be nice to have a woman president, but if she was like doing those things and like getting people killed unnecessarily or supporting those policies, you'd be like, no, I'm not going to support her.
Yeah.
Well, I have some bad news for you.
I know. I know. It's not a perfect candidate, and I know that there's a lot of, especially in those particular things that she is for. So really, it's to an extent.
So you knew all that, and you support her anyway.
Yes.
So you're willing to say, let's have a female president in the White House, even if she gets people killed, just because she has different genitalia, we're going to support her. It doesn't matter if people die as a result.
I mean, it's a really horrible thing to say, but I guess I didn't think of it in that sense. That's pretty bad.
Maybe you should think about it more.
I really think I should.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. That was fun. I appreciate you engaging and having fun with that. Let me give you a sticker.
Oh.
This is from my YouTube channel. And here, are you guys all together?
Yes.
Well, here. Thanks for waiting. Man, were you
this, I think, is one of the things that's happened during the course of this campaign, that there's a set of assertions made by Senator Clinton as well as her husband that are not factually accurate. I think that part of what the people are looking for right now is somebody who's going to solve problems and not resort to the same typical politics that we've seen in Washington. That is something that I hear all across the country. When Senator Clinton or President Clinton says that I wasn't opposed to the war from the start, or says it's a fairy tale that I opposed the war, that is simply not true. When Senator Clinton or President Clinton asserts that I said that the Republicans had better economic policies since 1980, that is not the case. Now, the viewers aren't concerned with this kind of back and forth. What they're concerned about is who's actually going to help them get health care, how are they going to get their kids going to college, and that's the kind of campaign I've tried to run. I think that's the kind of campaign we should all try to run.
Well, I couldn't agree more, but I do think that your record and what you say does matter. And when it comes to a lot of the issues that are important in this race, it is sometimes difficult to understand what Senator Obama has said, because as soon as he is confronted on it, he says that's not what he meant. The facts are that he has said in the last week that he really liked the ideas of the Republicans over the last 10 to 15 years. Your record and what you say does matter. I couldn't agree more, but I do think that your record and what you say does matter. And when it comes to a lot of the issues that are important in this race, it is sometimes difficult to understand what Senator Obama has said, because as soon as he is confronted on it, he says that's not what he meant. The facts are that he has said in the last week that he really liked the ideas of the Republicans over the last 10 to 15 years. And we can give you the exact quote. Now, I personally think they had ideas, but they were bad ideas. They were bad ideas for America. They were ideas like privatizing Social Security, like moving back from a balanced budget and a surplus to deficit and debt. And with respect to putting forth how one would pay for all of the programs that we're proposing in this campaign, I will be more than happy, Barack, to get the information, because we have searched for it. You have a lot of money that you want to put into foreign aid, a very worthy program. There is no evidence from your website, from your speeches, as to how you would pay for it. Now, why is this important?
It's important because I think elections are about the future. But how do you determine what will happen in the future? Well, you have to look to the record. You have to look to what we say in campaigns and what we have done during our careers. And I want to be just very explicit about this. We are not, neither my campaign nor anyone associated with it, are in any way saying you did not oppose the war in Iraq. You did. You gave a great speech in 2002 opposing the war in Iraq. That was not what the point of our criticism was. It was after having given that speech, by the next year, the speech was off your website. By the next year, you were telling reporters that you agreed with President Bush in his conduct of the war. And by the next year, when you were in the Senate, you were voting to fund the war time after time after time. So it was more about the distinction between words and action. And I think that is a fair assessment for voters to make.
Senator, we're a little off topic. I have to let Senator Obama respond. Then the Senator Edwards is going to come in as well.
Off topic,
but go ahead and respond, and then I want to get back to this issue that we're talking about, fiscal responsibility.
Well,
but go ahead.
Let's talk about it. Hillary, I will be happy to provide you with the information about all the spending that we do. Now, let's talk about Ronald Reagan. What you just repeated here today is patent. Wait, no, Hillary, you just spoke.
I did not say anything about Ronald Reagan. You said two things. You talked about admiring Ronald Reagan, and you talked about the ideas of the Republicans. I didn't talk about Ronald Reagan.
We just had the tape. You just said that I complimented the Republican ideas. That is not true. What I said, and I will provide you with the quote. What I said is that Ronald Reagan was a transformative political figure because he was able to get Democrats to vote against their economic interests, to form a majority, to push through their agenda, an agenda that I objected to, because while I was working on those streets, watching those folks see their jobs shipped overseas, you were a corporate lawyer sitting on the board of Walmart. I was fighting these fights. I was fighting these fights. But I want to be clear. So I want to be clear. What I said had nothing to do with their policies. I spent a lifetime fighting against Ronald Reagan's policies. But what I did say is that we have to be thinking in the same transformative way about our Democratic agenda. We've got to appeal to independents and Republicans in order to build a working majority to move an agenda forward. That is what I said. Now, you can dispute that, but let me finish. Hillary, you went on for 2 minutes. Let me finish. The irony of this is that you provided much more fulsome praise of Ronald Reagan in a book by Tom Brokaw that's being published right now, as did Bill Clinton in the past. So these are the kinds of political games that we are accustomed to. I'm sorry.
Well, wait a minute. Just a minute.
Senator Edwards, let them wrap up, and then I'm going to come to you.
I just want to clarify. I want to clarify the record. Wait a minute.
Wait a second, Senator Edwards. Hold on. There has been a specific charge leveled against Hillary Clinton, so she can respond. Then I'll bring in Senator Edwards.
I just want to be sure.
We got a long time to go. You'll have a good opportunity.
We're just getting warmed up now. I just want to be clear about this. In an editorial board with the Reno newspaper, you said two different things because I have read the transcript. You talked about Ronald Reagan being a transformative political leader. I did not mention his name.
Your husband did.
Well, I'm here. He's not.
Okay, well, I can't tell who I'm running against sometimes.
I think we both have very passionate and committed spouses who stand up for us, and I'm proud of that. But you also talked about the Republicans having ideas over the last 10 to 15 years.
I didn't say they were good ones.
Well, you can read the context of it.
Well,
it certainly
I didn't
came
say
across.
They were good ones.
Well, it certainly,
it certainly
came across in the way that it was presented as though the Republicans had been standing up against the conventional wisdom with their ideas. I'm just reacting to the fact, yes, they did have ideas, and they were bad ideas, bad for America. And I was fighting against those ideas when you were practicing law and representing your contributor, Resco, in his slum landlord business in inner city Chicago.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. All right, Senator Edwards has been remarkably patient during this exchange, and I want him. I don't know if you want to get involved in this, Senator Edwards.
What
This, I think, is one of the things that's happened during the
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone, an actor out alone, riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road, his brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday, let your children play. If you give this man a ride, sweet family will die. Killer on the road. Depends, our life will never end. Gotta love your man, yeah. Riders on the storm.
When you're ready to rise up, you'll rise up. All the power you need is in your hands. Now look around you. Our financial systems have been hijacked by a generation of thieves. While you're working harder and harder for less and less, the game is being rigged against you. They're turning all of us into virtual slaves. Looters, at the heart of our financial system, are price-fixing our most precious resources. Food, water, energy, gold, even the value of money itself is being siphoned away by high-level crooks in a giant mushrooming conspiracy of unstoppable corruption. They're robbing billions of people of trillions of dollars a year, folks. There is no need for austerity measures. There is no need for financial suffering. No need for poverty. There is no scarcity. We are simply the victims of a robbery of unimaginable proportions. We have been fed a lie so vast it oppresses all of humanity. The truth is, there is more than enough to go around. 60 years ago, productivity was increasing so fast, they predicted by today, entire families could live comfortably on the income of just one provider, working only 10 hours a week. They wondered what we'd do with all of our spare time. What happened to that dream? Turns out they were right. What took a full work week back then can be done in just 10 hours today. We have technologies that multiply our efforts 1,000-fold and connect us in ways they never imagined. We are now 100 times richer than in that great heyday of the 50s. We are heirs to a great bounty of prosperity, $70 trillion in the U.S. alone, over $200,000 for every man, woman, and child. The only reason we don't experience this wealth is because it's being siphoned away by a corrupt criminal class. They loot through giant corporations, raising prices, lowering wages, stealing the fruits of our productivity. Where once whole families prospered with just one provider, now both parents work, delivering 8 times the productivity but struggling to make ends meet. They control the media using hot-button social issues to divide us, brother against brother, so we fight each other while they loot our sacred institutions. They make us fear too big to fail banks collapsing, but if they did, we'd suddenly recover the 8 times our income that's being siphoned away every single day. Don't give yourselves to these crooks who abuse you and enslave you, who steal your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel. Let us burn these leeches off our backs. Let us replace their corrupt systems with better systems that benefit everyone. Let us reclaim the fruits of our productivity. Let us share our prosperity. We can do this now. We are the creators, and when we come together, we have the power to create whatever future we want.
Broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find the fire, but I see it in you, so we gonna walk mountains, we're gonna walk it out. Move mountains, and I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up, rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, high like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you. When the silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet and move mountains, take it to its feet and move mountains, and I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up, rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you. And all we need is hope. For that we have each other. For that we have each other. We will rise. We will rise. Rise, 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 and I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up, high like the waves. We'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you.
Thank you guys so much for watching my cover of Rise Up. If you liked it, please give it a big thumbs up. And if you're not subscribed to my channel yet, please do down below. And you can comment if you want. And I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you later, alligator. Bye!
Feel like rising up to the sky like I'm a dove. I'm in love with this feeling. Am I down or am I up? I can't frown cause I'm in luck. I got the crowd and that's enough. I'm in love. Come on and rise up to the sky. Come on and rise up, get up and lose your mind. Lose off your feet and fly. Get off the ground tonight. Come on and rise up, jump out of what keeps you down. Get high and rise up, fly, get your feet off the ground. Come on and rise up. up your feet and fly. Get off the ground tonight. Come on and rise up, jump out of what keeps you down. Get higher, rise up, fly, get your feet off the ground. Come on and rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise, 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 rise. So rise up, come along and rise up. Music makes me want grab somebody, rise up. I told her rise up, come along and rise up. Music makes me wanna rock somebody, rise up. Yo, I'm down to rise up. 40 shots like West Star. I see you shaking, I'ma have to smack that man God. I'm blowing paper, ballin', call me later. Ballin', call me later. Ballin', call me later. Hey, our flow is oh so freaky. I roll with it oh so cheeky. Oh please, no, don't tease me. Just got here, I'm on rise up, jump out of what keeps you down. Get higher, rise up, fly, get your feet off the ground. Come on and rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise, 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 rise up. Come on and rise up. Come on and rise up.
The Planet Shakers Band.
to drive, don't die, decide when you fight for what you love. Your dreams are shot and there's a chance to give up. Don't give up, show your guts, show them what you're made of. Overwhelmed by doubt, life's currents wore me down. Losing what I need found, I'm adrift out of it, alone among the crowd. You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta fight it, fight it, fight it. You can't just follow, follow, follow. Greatness can arise through typical lives. You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta fight it, fight it, fight it. You can't just follow, follow, follow. Greatness can arise through typical lives. Don't give up on this. Go, my lover said. You were meant for this. Hold on, my mother said. Don't give up on this. Go, my lover said. You were meant for this. You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta fight it, fight it, fight it. You can't just follow, follow, follow. Greatness can arise through typical lives. You gotta rise up, rise up, rise up. You gotta fight it, fight it, fight it. You can't just follow, follow, follow. Greatness can arise through typical lives.
That's him.
Get away! Get away from me!
We don't want trouble.
The hell away from me!
We need your help.
I can't help you. No one can help you.
When is the train due?
It's already late. It's not like the train meant to be late.
You think it has something to do with me?
I cannot say. Who knows such things? Only the Oracle.
You know the Oracle.
Everyone knows the Oracle. I consulted with her before I met with the Frenchman. She promised she would look after Sati after we said goodbye.
Goodbye? You're not staying with her?
It is not possible. Her arrangement with the Frenchman was for our daughter only. My wife and I must return to our world.
Why?
That is our karma.
You believe in karma?
Karma is a word, like love. A way of saying what I am here to do. I do not resent my karma. I am grateful for it. Grateful for my wonderful wife, for my beautiful daughter. They are gifts, and so I do what I must do to honor them.
Papa, the train.
Yes, Find your bag. Quickly.
Can I carry that for you?
Hooray.
Hurry it up, I'm late.
Who are you?
He is a friend.
Mama?
I know you. So
creativity, solidarity, and love. And that is why today is such an unprecedented moment for our community, and we hope other movements can use our creativity and establish their own momentum to build on their thing. Yes, we do. We have the Mario Bush Coalition. We also have Calle 24, which is an organization in the mission for small business owners. And they're getting driven out because of gentrification. We have students here. We have students from colleges, and I understand what we're doing as well. Okay, so I mean, we have such a population of beautiful, inspirational people, and we're here all for love and justice for Alex Nieto and his parents.
I want you to know that we must create our own media. We cannot depend on these reporters here to give us justice. So, what I want you all to do is this. I want you to take pictures with each other. Take pictures of you giving love to each other. Post it on social media. Post it on Justice for Alex Nieto Facebook page, all right? And that way, we have a historical document that this actually happened, and we made it happen, all right? Before we begin, I would like to invite Elvira and Refugio to come on up here, and let's show them and give them some love. Por favor, Refugio y Elvira. Elvira and Refugio Nieto, they are our heroes. They have shown dignity and given us an example of how you fight for your loved ones, how we can fight for each other. All right? So thank you. Let's give them a big applause, please. And please, let's offer them, Lord, bless Also, I ask for a special spiritual support for our attorney, Dante Pointer. All right? Please keep him in your prayers. And without further ado, I would like to present to you our danzante, our culture right here. They're going to give us a blessing. Please do it with your dance. Gracias.
Powerful faith tradition, all of us together in this moment of prayer and of preparation. So I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning, and ever since then, echoing in my mind has been the words of an ancient prophet. When his people were going through the kinds of things we've been going through these past few years, here's how he described it. A voice is heard in Ramah, mourning and great weeping. Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted because they are no more. And that very same cry echoes to our own time. It echoes all throughout our city, from the Nieto family home on Bernal Heights to the home of Mario Woods, all the way to a poor village in Guatemala where Amilcar's family lives and mourns this day. All across our country, weeping and mourning for our children, refusing to be comforted because they are no more. We enter into this moment, sometimes we speak through tears, sometimes our knees are shaking a little bit, but we speak. And we remember that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but one of power and love and a good mind. And we summon that gift of the Creator as we enter into this day of the civil trials. Power, love, and a good mind. And I'd like to take a moment to bless you, to extend that to you, using a symbol from my own tradition. The symbol of water, a gift of the Creator, a gift of the earth. We can't live without it. Sometimes after so much grief and so much trauma, so much heartache, so much loss, we need once again to summon the spirit of life that God so very much wants to give us. So would you join me in asking a blessing on our time together? May the Creator bless us with discomfort and easy answers and half-truths and the lives of the powerful, that we may live with integrity deep within our hearts. May the Creator bless us with anger and injustice and oppression and the abuse of our people by the powerful, that we may end the violence that has cut short too many lives, left too many moms and dads in tears. May the Creator bless us with tears for those who mourn and weep for their children, the parents of Alex, of Amilcar, of Mario, and so many other victims of police violence, that we may dry their tears and turn their cries for justice into solid hope for a new world. And may the Creator bless each of us. Each of us. with enough foolishness to believe that we can make a difference in this world, that we can do what others claim cannot be done, bring justice and love, joy and hope to our families and communities who struggle each day to live in dignity and peace. Amen.
Gracias, gracias, Father Richard. We love you, and you all. Our turn to sing truth to power. Orale. These walls are going to come tumbling down. Listos. Vamos. Can you say amor por Ale? If you can say it, you can sing it. Orale. Amor por Ale. For a brother who gave of his life so we love one another. Se puede. Amor por Ale. We're just working and marching and singing and bring about justice. Órale. Amor por Ale. Vamos ganando. Ready. Amor por Ale. For a brother of curious nature who loved education. Amor por Ale. Lo subió con amor para el pueblo, vida y esperanza. Que yo diga, amor por Ale. As us ride our young riders and bike and walk through the streets. That is why we have to have that's right. We're not just let me hear you. That's right. We're justice. We are winning, Raza. Amor por Ale. We're creating a project where people have power and freedom. Amor por Ale. Cantamos y bailamos los ritmos todos si se puede. Amor. We are more than those who try to scare us and silence our hearts. No! We por eso nos organizamos y el mundo cambiamos como él lo soñó. Y por eso nos organizamos y el mundo cambiamos como él lo soñó.
Ejemplo canvas, con amor por Alex Nieto, con justicia and bold faith for Alex Nieto, with sweet, angry trumpets blowing for Mario Woods, Amilcar Perez Lopez, Kenneth Hardy, Alan Hooper, Oscar Grant, Anidra Stelly, Andy Lopez, Michael Brown, Eric Garner, Walter Scott, Trayvon Martin, and all the black and brown men shot down in cold blood a los manos de la policía. There are tones of blood-soaked blues and uniform behavior, enforcers of Jim Crow and Juan Crow. One heart, el corazón de la misión. Chin pointed to the sun, cruising with gold Ferris wheel rims, and Tupac sings, "Hail Mary, can you hear me?" Skyscrapers, headstone blocks of tombs, here's to the young roses subjected to premature death, trying to do what Tupac said and grow up from the concrete when no one else even cares. This one goes out to all the chaparitos and chaparitas, to the little shorties with their britches on sag, the little shorties sporting woven hoop hanging, to the kids duking it out with Zach Trump dancing when the beat explodes, flexing and tracking their bodies to space, define Coco 50 playing Jim Crow. Define Coco 50 playing Jim Crow. They get hypey with E40 and his thug Gizmodel, beating up death like a conga drum. rewriting the psalm. From the aching vibrations quaking in the palms that spray from a plastic nozzle in a tin can onto the face of a midnight train, to the lost warriors on lockdown in Tucson, to the heart attack blood-pumping lyrics on the brick walls of opportunity, to the ciphers of young people spitting river currents of life, poems that champion and affirm their life, their life, their life. Mariposas casting out their dreams from a body of shore.
And we will no longer accept being the fuel that drives that into the profit, while our people, our young men, and especially now our young women, who are the largest growing segment of the prison population, continue to feed that monster, whether it's through tasers, shields, or tanks, but no more profit for the prison industrial complex. And the other thing I want to say, and I want to challenge London Breed and the chief of police and the mayor, for them to begin the de-escalation of this conflict, because it is the police and the media that have made the people an enemy, not the people making the police the enemy. So I challenge these civic leaders to send patrols of unarmed police into our neighborhoods. And if the San Francisco Police Department cannot find 2, 3, or 4 officers to patrol our streets unarmed, then they have a serious problem with San Francisco. I'm going to offer a poem in honor of Alex Nieto, because it seems that in our country, corporations are people, but people are targets. It seems like we're living in a Alice in Wonderland world, an upside down world, el mundo al revés. It's a strange world we're living here, where fast buzzers perch on trees, while good food lies on the ground, and all around, children with their bare feet. It's a strange world we're living here. There's some hard knocks on this block, where everywhere you look, there's heavily armed cops and a body of suits, like Alex Nieto, that never had a chance to scream. Stop. No, there's some hard knocks on my life. Es el mundo al revés, donde van corriendo los peces y los pajaritos nada, y los gatos pardos nada, pues es el mundo al revés. It's a strange scene on this street where you're taught to lie and cheat, but in the end, it doesn't matter who you are. You're just another piece of meat, because it's a weird scene on the left. It's a strange world that's selling here, where no one looks you in the eye, and the budget goes for hate and war and fear. So the best thing is not to buy anything, because it's a strange world that's selling here. Es el mundo al revés, donde van corriendo los peces y los pajaritos nadan y los gatos pardos ladran, pues así es en este mundo al revés. Alex Nieto, presente.
Gracias, Alejandro. Gracias for blessing us with that poem. Okay? Now it is also another opportunity to hear from a community politician, which almost sounds like a competition. Okay? All right? But we got one here. Okay? His name is Sean Alamo, my good friend. Thank you for coming. Give us some of your words, brother. All right.
Thank you, brother. It's really great to see you all here today, this morning, in honoring justice and love for Alex Nieto. Your presence here makes such a difference. Your work organizing all these years, 2 years, since Alex Nieto was shot down by the police department, has made a huge difference. When you are present, you before elected officials like myself, you put so much pressure on us to do the right thing, to be transparent in our actions, to make sure that we're working for you. And we need that. Last year, a couple years ago, in December, we had a resolution that was calling out our police departments all around the country and here in San Francisco for how they gun down community members like Alex Nieto. And we talked about how we have racism in our police department. And my colleagues, some of my colleagues refused to admit that. But it only has taken the movement of people calling for justice, making sure our police department lives up to San Francisco values, that has actually flipped my colleagues to make sure that they're pushing on police reform. And what I've been told is that the reforms that have been put in place have been discussed for years. And they just need some excuse, some reason to move forward on de-escalation, on monitoring the use of weapons. And they're doing that, but they're not doing it with the public, with the community. So your voices still matter in this process. They still matter to make sure that we get the oversight that we need, that we get to remove impunity that the police department has experienced years after year, officer-involved shooting after officer-involved shooting, to make sure we get the justice we need. So thank you, and keep up the work. Make sure that the public eyes are on the elected officials, on the police department. That's the only thing that's going to make change. And you're making the road by walking. Justice for Alex Nieto! Justice! Amor for Alex Nieto! Amor for the people of San Francisco! Thank you. All right, and now we have a living legend in front of us. All right, and I truly mean that. And if you know Uncle Ray Valderrama. All right, check this out. La pura neta right here. This man has been organizing, especially in the mission, since the 1960s. 1960s, man. All right, it is my honor to introduce him. Okay, here you go, Ray. Viva la raza! Let's do this! Let's do this! You know what I'm talking about, brother. Let's do this. We're already one because we're here today, right? We're already running our hearts. We're here. It's a privilege and an honor to be here. It's a privilege and an honor to be in this movement for African freedom, social justice, and for community empowerment. So I wrote something up last night I want to share with you. I'm Alex Nieto. The police killed me, murdered me. High bullets ripped my body apart. Forced me to guard, fight, sustain breath, my spirit into the clouds over fertilizer. Into the clouds of fertilizer. I am Alex Nieto. My mother and father are traumatized. My family, parts of crying. My people disrespected. My school peers grieving. I'm Alex Nieto. Yes, the police killed my body, but that's my spirit lives on. Live on, fire. This movement was justice for all. This movement was justice for all. My spirit lives on. You did not kill my spirit. The spirit that died is ended. My love for the people here today and every day. The God of love, spirit pervades
Thank you, Mother and Father, for unending love and for leading this world. I'm Alexander. I dare and challenge you to be strong, caring, and giving people. I dare and challenge you to be community organizers, advocates, and leaders for this movement. I dare and challenge you to love. I dare and challenge you with love in your heart to fight in this struggle to end injustice. I am Alex Neto, the principal art for this movement. Love and serve the people. Our mission is to end violence. I'm Alex Neto. I love you. 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 Viva Venezuela! Thank you once again for a living legend. Please. Okay, all right, and announcement right here. Someone dropped their car, Ruth Nahaney. All right, I'm going to keep this up. If anybody dropped their car, okay, he got it. Peter got it. So we're going to give it to Peter. You'll make sure that he gets it, all right? Okay, now, something else now. We have another community warrior who's going to come up and speak, all right? He is my good friend. He is an inspiration, and he is running for District 9 candidate. All right? For supervisor. You all know him, and if you don't know him, you're going to know him right now. His name is Edwin Lindo. Edwin. Good morning, everybody. I want to hear you. If you are here to seek justice. Yes. Who's here to seek justice? Yes. Who's here to seek amor? Yes. Who's here to seek love? Yes. I'm here to seek peace. Peace. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing our brothers and sisters get shot dead in the cold. I'm tired of knowing that my neighbor, Alex Nieto, who I used to see growing up in front of life, shot 46 times. Laying Fertile Hill, freezing, dead. And knowing that could have been me, that I have that 49er check, that I have that San Francisco Giants check, and that we're the exact same age. Alex Nieto is every single one of us, every person here standing and fighting. And we deserve better. We really, really deserve better. Because there's enough things in this world that are taking us out. There's enough. And we don't need one more gun pointed at us. And I'm going to tell you right now that this is amazing. I went to law school. That we're standing in front of this building that is inherently protected. Corporate interest, inherently protected for the industrial complex. And it's the laws, I'll tell you how to know the law, but it's the laws that do that intentionally. And people hide behind the laws and they don't want to fight for justice. But it's through the organizing of the people, it's through the organizing of folks in the name, that is the many justice that this city has never seen before. I need you to realize that this is historic
did we get the corrupt system that is putting our black and brown men behind prison, putting our black and brown men in poverty, and putting people out of the city every single day. And so when I say amor, I want to hear morality. Because I'm here for amor. I'm here for amor. I'm here for amor. I'm here for amor. Amor! Thank you. All right, we're going to have another, it's just a morning full of legends, okay, all right? So we are blessed to be able to gain their wisdom, all right? And I'd like to invite, he is affectionately known as the mayor of La Misión, our one and only Roberto Hernandez. All right, let's give it up for Roberto, okay? All right.
Buenos días. You know, I want to tell you a little history. In the 80s, we the lowriders, we sued the city of San Francisco, the police department, and we put them on trial, and we won. And it wasn't about money, because throughout the trial, they kept stopping the trial and offering us not hundreds, but millions of dollars, and we said no. We didn't follow what we wanted to the very end. And we got rid of the police. We got rid of the police captain. We got rid of Lieutenant Effie, who was the lieutenant who was in charge of the riot squad at San Francisco State University. We got rid of him. We got rid of all the racist cops that were at the mission station. We got rid of the mission being used as a training ground by the police academy. We did that through trial. That's what we got. It was institutional change. And it's interesting that in 1989, the Berlin Wall was torn down, but yet in this year, 2016, we got a fool called Trump who's talking about building a wall between Mexico and the United States. Are you serious? This is the time that we're living in. So when we talk about Alex Nieto, when did the city of San Francisco police commissioner, board of supervisor, and the mayor agree and decided that it would be a policy to kill people? Check yourself. Are you serious? If you're a member of the board of supervisors and the police commission, and if you're the mayor of the city, when did you decide that? Because after Alex Nieto got killed, that's what she said. That this city made it a policy to shoot and kill if a police officer thought that he was in danger. Fuck that. What happened to the policy that we demanded and the reform that we fought for many years ago? That a mediator, a professional mediator, would come out in crisis situations. So we got to talk about not just this trial, and I don't want to hear about policy change. rocket science. It's about institutional change. And so that's what we got to fight beyond this trial, is to make sure that we not pressure public officials. We should not act as gracious public officials. They should be doing the right thing. It's about human lives that are being affected here. The mother and father of Alex Nieto, the family, for empowerment and love. We are joined by the Mario Woods Coalition right now, and Felicia Jones is going to come up. Not that is not here spiritually. And I was told the way you win and you wage the war when you win a fight, it's not just a not everyday thing. It's the fight is won to the people who endure. It ain't about the strong, it's the ones who can endure, who be there long after all this happened. And that's what I'm saying. 22 years, we've been banging for change on the front line. I see a lot of people who think who can get down there won't just, who won't be. So you don't only want to be here with the cameras in your face, or the sun is shining, and all of a sudden you want to be a part of something. You gotta be a part of this every single day. Starting off with the little kids. Because the little kids don't know what's going on. They're going to teach. And if you don't teach them in Florida, guess what? They're going to learn Florida. If you teach them the truth, and you know by example by standing and doing it with the soldiers that's up here right now, that's what they're going to learn. So I encourage y'all to continue to stand firm in this fight. Because the fight ain't won to the strong or to the swift. It's the one who can endure. Thank you. Always power to the people. Gracias, Rudy. All right. We have Juana Teo coming on up. A straight warrior for us. And she also gave us a blessing with her dancing as well. Please come on up and tell us what you want from us.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Good morning. Good morning. Part of this movement, I wanted to present some of the young people, some of the young women that I've been working with in the community over the last 2 years, trying to bring justice for Alex Nieto. We're here because Alex Nieto was our brother, right?
to get to another aspect of the program, all right? We are blessed right now with a rapper, an activist, a straight, solid homie. His name is ep219. Let's give it up for ep219, everybody. ep219. Here you go, baby. You got a stage and everything. How's everybody feeling? Proud to the people. That's what I'm talking about. I go by ep219, for those that don't know, San Francisco, born and raised, St. Luke's Hospital, 41 years, and I don't plan on going anywhere. If any time is more important, I think this is the time to take our city back. You know what I'm talking about? We got this case of Alex Nieto, this justice for Mario Woods, and I think we just really need to spread the word. You know, black and brown is united right now, and it's never really been like this in my 41 years that I've seen this. I was raised in Bocracia Park, Hayden Fillmore, so all my life I've been around black, brown, red, and yellow. And San Francisco, that's what we're known for. You know, we need to highlight that. The world is waiting to hear what San Francisco has to say. We are the home of the civil rights, we're home of the resistance, home of the struggle, and we need to unify and show that. Oakland is doing their thing beautifully. San Francisco needs to unite and come together. All its natives, all its long-time residents, we need to come together and fight for civil rights out here. They say this is the modern-day civil rights, am I right? Then let's treat it like that. Let's show dedication, a little bit of commitment. And, you know, I just wanted to do a little verse for y'all. We did a song called Justice for Mario Woods, and it's online or whatever. You can just support it. Everything goes to the family. And it goes something like this. We're on Ed Lee's doorstep, so we can't ignore it. Screaming we need justice for the pain that lies, for killing the young and black and brown kids who's they target. So we fighting for these pigs that we brought up on charges for the murdering, from Frisco to Ferguson. Gentrified cities trying to make the change permanent. Developers, investors, intentions to wipe out the culture, condition in the mind of young soldiers. But if we organize in the name of Alex and Mario, unite every hood community in the barrio, stand up and show them that Black Lives Matter, the power of influence of entertainers and rappers. Get together our demands in the committee and fight for it, then we gonna take back our city. Power to the people, y'all. I'm out of here. I'm going for Alex. Justice for Mario Woods. Gracias, La Misha has been in this struggle for more than a decade, all right? She is someone who unfortunately also lost her son to a police killing, all right? And she has always fought for justice for families who have lost their loved ones to police killings, all right? She is actually the person who founded the Facebook page for Alex Nieto. And so I thank you, La Misha, and here I got you. You want to stand up?
Generation here today. They are old-timers like me. There are people in their 40s that have known when they were in Pampers. And there is the youth. The youth is here too. There's even one of my son's best friends, Mr. Francisco da Costa, in the back. Strength of this movement now is a coalition that has endorsement of more than 40 organizations, and they're very powerful connection with the unions. You know that up to now the unions were very shy about police accountability because they didn't want to piece out the POA. That time is over. Yeah! We are not going anywhere. Who is here on the plaza today? The real San Francisco. Head with the new San Francisco. We're here to stay. Amor for Alex, justice for Mario Woods.
Thank you, La Misha. Thank you. Now we have another powerful rapper. Let's get justice for Cameron Boyd. Let's get justice for Kenneth Harding. Let's get justice for Mario Woods. And let's damn sure get justice for Alex Nieto. I want everybody everybody out here to know, San Francisco is under attack, like our brother was when he was up on that hill eating his burrito, minding his own business. The exact same way we are under attack in San Francisco. It might not have been by murderous killer, madmen, psychopathic police, but it's the same way with madmen, psychopathic, corrupt mayors, board of supervisors, police officers association, the OCC, the police officers Bill of Rights, all that shit is corrupt. And we need to do whatever we can with people power to save our city and to save our lives. Because they want to get away with murder. They want to get away today. We need to make sure all of us get 4 or 5 people the next time that we come. I'm very proud to see the turnout. I want to see the whole fucking city here next time. I want to see everybody that can relate to sitting somewhere, eating a burrito, and thinking about getting killed by the fucking KKK police department that's here in this city. If you feel that way, and you think that that could happen to you, then you galvanize and you bring people to fight for this young man who has no voice anymore except for us. If he could be here, if he survived, best believe he would be telling these motherfuckers how they hurt him and how they killed him and how they made him feel. We need to do that. Every day, every night. Do not let Ed Lee and San Francisco police get away with murder another fucking day. I'm going to do a poem, and I'm going to get out of here. It's called Cops Keep Firing. And it's a very powerful song because these goddamn cops keep firing, and they're going to keep firing. And if I got to die today for a young brother, black, brown, yellow, red, to have a future, I'm a dead motherfucker. So I hope everybody feels that way. What happened to freeze or put your hands up high? A simple traffic stop with these pigs, a brother might die. I ask why we let it slide and never bust back. Was you only comfortable shooting the gun if your target is black? But anyway, this new Jim Crow breeds these killer cops. The real terrorists and agitators patrolling our blocks. Man, my hands on the steering wheel. Why your hands on your Glock? I was just reaching for my insurance and registration out the glove box. In high school, they used to be punks. They insecure little chumps. So they get a job at the force so they can dump. 50 shots of the brown and the black and coward only shoot you in the back. Killing unarmed citizens, what's up with that? Oh, bootsy ass, I thought it was a taser ass pig. Protective custody, the only way that killer cops live. 10,000 young people killed by the police. From Kenneth Harding and Ace Pete to my brother Alex Nieto in the Mission Streets. Thank you very much. My name is Selassie. Power to the people. And do not let these police get away with murder. Because they can kill my black ass next, and they can kill you too.
I'm a student. I'm here representing Youth Power, United Players. I'm here representing myself and the younger generation, of course. I'm 19 years old. I'm Chicana, meaning I'm third generation born here in this city. My grandmother's from this city. Both my parents born in this city. So I got mad love for this city. It's going on 2 years that Alex Nieto has been unjustly murdered by SSPDs. He was a student. He was a provider, meaning that he was employed. He was young, and he was Latino, meaning that he was marginalized. So many of us are victims of circumstances in which we do not have the opportunity to choose where we come from. Thankfully, I'm from here, right? I also want to point out that this is not the end, nor is it the beginning. This is not the start, but we are in a very heated time. Alex Nieto, we are the embodiment of Alex Nieto. We as students, we as young people, we as people of color who have been marginalized, who have been victims to the system for generations. We are him, and Alex Nieto is presente. Alex Nieto is presente. Thank you. Let us remember that he was also an active member of our community, doing exactly what we are doing at this very moment. Being active for justice, for our families, for our community, for our loved ones. Let us not forget that youth future. We are not. We are the present. We lead movements, but we are not empowered in this institution to learn that. We are not empowered to take action. But through Alex Nieto, we have been able to advocate for ourselves. We have been able to sit here and say, no, no más. No más. We have played a huge role in keeping our voices alive, in keeping our community's voices alive, in keeping him alive in memory. And that is so important now that it's going on years to reach victory, to reach justice. It is so sad that it takes so many years to do so, and we're still fighting. I also want to add that us as youth, although we are young, there is still a generation that is rising behind us. And we as youth have been educating them in keeping Alex and all the injustices alive, fresh in our hearts as scars in which we bleed. Our mothers have been crying, our communities have been bleeding, and we have all been dying. We can all be next. All depending on what we wear and the color of our skin. Now that is not okay. I'm here for us to show that we each one need to reach one and we need to teach one. Because the minute we stop doing that is the minute that we forget. And it's the minute that we no longer fight for justice. And that I refuse to do as a young person. I'm 19 years old as I'm reading this. I also want to recognize that we have not, as young people, done this by ourselves. We have been constantly pushing, yes, but we have stood in solidarity with every single person here today and people who are not able to make it. We have stood in solidarity with our elders, our mothers, our victims, our memories, with each other. Today, we are standing here for a federal civil trial. Although we are not trying these killer cops for murder, at some point, hopefully, we will. We are here today because we each have to continue to fight so that we can peacefully have achieved justice not only for the Nieto family, but to reassure that this will not be an ongoing issue for my children to have to live through. I, as a child, don't believe that this is something that we are living in because I am not a child, I'm an adult, and I will be seen as so. I am not the future, I am the present because I am speaking now, not later. We are here to accomplish something that SFPD has failed to do. We are here to get peace, and we are here to uncover something that they have hidden, which is truth. This is not a criminal trial, like I said before, but it is much larger. It is about our constitutional rights and those being violated. It is about holding our city accountable, something that our system lacks. Let us not be discouraged. Although this is not the beginning, this is the very middle. And we will continue to struggle until we end it because they started it. And yet they are not, they don't have the balls to tell us what is truth, what is justice, and what is right, and what needs to be done. So we will do it for them. We will keep pushing, we will keep fighting, and we will keep loving each other. Thank you.
Rahima is going to come up here and she's going to talk to us about what's happening here in San Francisco. All right.
Good morning, family. My name is Rahima Calloway and I am a member of the Last 3%. Last 3% is the population of the black folks here left in San Francisco. I am from a community called Lakeview, also known as Ingleside, that has been completely gentrified. And when we think about Alex Nieto and how he was murdered, it was a direct connection with gentrification. Black and brown bodies are under attack every day. He was in his own community eating his food. Did he deserve to die? No. Just like Mario Woods, he was walking in his own community. Did he deserve to die? 48 shots, 21 shots, that's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And we see that over 8,000 families in the Mission have been displaced. You go to Mission, you don't even know what it looks like anymore. The same thing is happening in Bayview, it happened to Lakeview, it happened to Fillmore. This is a trend that's been going on. It's a shame that San Francisco only has 3% black people. We have the highest displacement the highest displacement in the country, besides Hurricane Katrina, which was a natural disaster. So I just want to let y'all know that we're going to be here. We're going to be fighting for Alex. We're going to be fighting for Mario. We're going to be fighting for Herbert. We're going to be fighting for Almilcar. Everybody, because we built this city. Black and brown bodies built this city, and we do not deserve to die like animals in the streets that we created. So I appreciate the support, the community out here standing and fighting for justice, because we know that without black and brown unity, we're going to lose. It's time for us to come together and fight like hell. Honor the dead and fight like hell for the living, because it could be anybody. It could be me. It could be you. It could be all of us. And until we tell them no more, bodies are going to continue to hit the ground, and we don't want that. How many of y'all are born and raised here from San Francisco? Are you guys proud San Franciscans? Exactly. We built this city, we run this city, we own this city. This city belongs to black and brown people. Our grandparents laid the foundation for this city to thrive like it is. We should not be at the tail end on the plate. We should not have representatives in the office that don't fuck with us, that don't agree with us, that don't fight for us. They should be appointed, they're appointed by us, and they should be running by us. They should do what we say. And we say not no more, not one more. Amen. I don't want to die. I know you don't want to die either. So if you are quiet, that's violence. You are participating in the demise of black and brown bodies. And it's going to take all of us together to unite. If you are black and you are from San Francisco, you are part of the last 3%, whether you want to believe it or not. If you are brown and you're from San Francisco, you are getting erased. In the moment, it's only going to be our murals to represent what San Francisco once stood for. And that's a crime. I don't want to be painted on a wall. I want to be here with a house, living in this city that I was raised in. It makes no sense for us to be sold this American dream about going to college and coming back. I can't afford shit in San Francisco, and I was raised here. 25 years of my life. Forgot how old I was. But if we want to stay here, we want our children to live here, we want our children to thrive here, we need this. More black and brown bodies in the street. We got to hold them accountable. We can't keep going to them. We got to start our own shit. We got to start our own schools, our own institutions for our babies to thrive and live here in this city that they created. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you, all right? Okay, now, I want you to look around. I want you to look around and see, notice love right now for Alex Nieto and his family, but note here, okay, that Alex Nieto is my good friend, all right, my homeboy, but he was also a partner because he would come with me to homies on the street, at Carnaval, in all of the positive community activities that we did together, all right? I know that there is absolutely no way that that man who has never been arrested in his entire life pointed a taser at police, all right? Okay? And that's what we're fighting about right now. That's what they're about to start fighting about, okay? Now, I want to go over a few things that have already been in the media. More stuff is about to come out, all right? But I want you all to know that it will be unreasonable for a jury to vote that this was not an unlawful killing. We will prove by a preponderance of the evidence that Alex Nieto was unlawfully killed by the San Francisco Police Department. All right? We have faith in our attorney, Adante Pointer, and in our community for making this such a high-profile case. All right. Now, I want to talk about a little bit of the actual evidence that will be presented, all right? One, okay, Alex Nieto, we have a witness. He is someone who is unknown to us. He's not involved in activism. He's just a good soul who saw what happened. and he saw Alex Nieto with his hands in his pocket, walking down Bernal Heights. The police aggressively rode up to him. Alex Nieto had no idea that anybody had called the police on him. Why? Because he had done nothing wrong to anybody. The police then jumped out of their car, yelled, "Stop!" and immediately began shooting at Alex Nieto. Okay, all right. Now, they're going to say that Alex Nieto pointed a taser. I want you all to really meditate on this. Why would somebody who's never been arrested, who has less than 2 hours before his work shift as a security guard, that's why he had his taser on him, why would he pull out a taser on police when he has done nothing wrong? Okay, all right? So just question that, all right? Something else to question, all right? The police are going to claim, well, Alex Nieto, you have his taser. He discharged his taser, right? I don't want you all to believe that, because the district attorney had the taser company recalculate. That means they changed the taser memory, the time that is recorded on the taser memory, to coincide with the story that the officers gave. Hey, check this out. That is incredible. And they're going to present that as scientific evidence. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. Something else here. They're going to say that Alex Nieto had his taser discharged at them. Note this. The taser, immediately after Alex Nieto is killed, the taser is on the off position. Guys, listen up and feel it in your heart and in your mind. How could it be possible that Alex Nieto would have discharged his taser at the police, been getting shot, and then figured, okay, now I'm going to turn my taser off before I die? Okay? Right? That's incredible to believe. They have pictures. You're going to see pictures of Alex Nieto immediately after he's killed. Now, question this. If Alex Nieto had a taser in his hand and he's pointing it downhill at the police like they claim, why didn't they take pictures of Alex Nieto pointing a taser and with the taser in his hand? No, they took pictures of the taser like supposedly like 10 or 15 feet away from him. And how do they explain that? They explain it in this way. Roger Morse, officer, claims when he walks up to Alex, he could see it's a taser. He sees Alex is already dead. He says he kicks it out of Alex Nieto's hand. All right? And the city attorney is now claiming that's how the taser got to the off position, when the officer kicked it out of his hand. Think about that. All right? One more piece of evidence that I want to share with you, all right? This is physical evidence. Alex Nieto was shot at over 48 times. We believe about 59 times, actually. But he was hit at least 14 times. I have seen the pictures, everybody. They are in the public media as well, okay? All right, the diagrams of them. I want you to think about this. They claim Alex Nieto points the taser at them, continues pointing the taser, then gets down on his knees and continues pointing the taser. Note this. This is the physical evidence. Alex Nieto is shot in his head. Alex Nieto is fatally shot in his chest. Alex Nieto is shot in his hand and in his elbow. How could anyone hold on to a taser when you have been shot in your hand and in your head? So easily love another. Todos. Amor Morales has us working and marching and singing to bring about justice. Amor Morales is the reason we're ending the violence right now and for good. Todos. That is why we are now organizing a city that's rising for justice and peace. This is why we are now organizing a city that's rising for justice and peace.